Hello? I hope my mic isn't too loud. By the way, can you guys hear the music? I'm actually not sure if it's audible or not. I think I lost all of my reference. No, it's still there. Can you hear the music? Alrighty. Okay, let me just get some references here. Like, forgot to download them. My mic is so... I can't tell if it's my mouse or my tablet is the one that's annoying. I'm just gonna be doing some commissions once again. I may do some cleanup later for some personal works. So not sure. Let me just read the description. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Nah, it's barely visible. But I'll do that later. Let's just deal with shading and rendering with this one first. Welcome to the stream. Just give me a few minutes to like get into it. Let me get my pen. Hopefully I'm in the right screen. There we go. Alrighty, let's do some shading. And some rendering. I'm gonna start with like dark, in the dark sections first. Anyways, how are you guys? Hello. Welcome. Is it missing two of his fingers? Yeah. Yeah, that's why it's supposed to be not too red. This part. But I'll fix it later. Since it's already cut off. And it's supposed to be a bunch of scars instead. Anyways. Time for the next color. This that color is way too dark anyways. It's not gonna make a huge difference. I think a lot happened this week. I think. I don't really watch news, but what being subscribed to Charlie, Most Critical, feels like I'm watching the news. One news was like about a Twitch streamer apparently. And apparently he's big on Twitch. Like, holy crap. But he got into a scam, basically scamming people. Like, you know, putting out some sob stories here and there to get some money. But in actuality, he's not using the money for... What do you call this? What is actually intended. Because, you know, he was making sob stories and stuff. And trying to reach out to people to like donate and all that stuff. But apparently it's not. He isn't in a dire situation, I think. Well, after being revealed what he's done, he's probably in a dire situation now. And apparently, I think he's suffering from what? Gambling addiction? Which makes a lot of sense, actually. Because he's like huge on Twitch, but still asking for like money here and there, which is already sussy for me. I have never heard about this streamer, by the way. Only recently because of this controversies. And I'm not even super into Twitch stuff. Except for Swag and probably other artists. But for the most part, I don't really use Twitch as my main thing. In fact, I was actually wondering to try out YouTube to stream. But YouTube is just... It's just terrible. It's just so terrible for, like, copyright stuff. Like, their copyright system is so whack. That's why I'm kind of, like, residing on Twitch for the meantime. Y'all okay? Eating some toads? I think my cat ate a styrofoam. No. Moved out from our house. Currently living in a dorm near our university. Nice. Time for me to check what things, you know, as to say. Yeah. It's basically my... basically at this point he's like a newscaster. Good night to all those days. Thanks for coming, man. I heard of that story, but I've never heard of that streamer. I mean, same. I have never heard of this streamer. I think he does gaming and some stuff. I don't know. I'm not really familiar with the Twitch space. So. And apparently he even scammed some streamers. Fellow streamers of his. Like, I think Ludwig was one. I'm not sure if XQC was scammed. Actually, I'm not sure. And man, the stuff that is like... the amount of money that he got was fucking ridiculous, I think. 10 grand, 20 grand plus. And here's the thing. $1,000, $2,000 is already a huge... loads of money already here in my country. But 20 grand? 20k dollars? Holy shit. You can buy a house with that. You can buy a land and build a small home with that shit. It's ridiculous. And honestly, apparently, he was doing this shit like a long ass while. And people are fucking quiet about it, apparently. It's been going on for months or years, I think. I'm not sure, but they did mention that it was like happening for quite a while now. And man, that sucks. And despite like garnering so many money that much, I think he's still in debt. Because he's just borrowing money to pay off another debt. And basically the cycle, it's like a vicious cycle. I think I remember my family was like in like a similar situation. It's not that extreme, but somewhat similar to it. Where, you know, my mom is like debt ridden back then. Basically she borrows money and then goes to another guy or to another person to borrow money in order to pay off that borrowed money. It's kind of like paying off a deadline and then borrowing another. It's like a vicious cycle. It's never ending unless you're earning a lot. And man, those times were like the fucking worst. Should really go for the hair first. Every color here is dark, so it's kind of I'm basically not sure where to go first. So, like, how the Ace family is in debt because of that stupid decision. I've never heard of those family ever again. It's been a while. All I remembered from them is, like, they're basically shitty people, and that's it. I couldn't remember anything else about them. But they were, like, the hot topic back then. Like, every YouTube commentary channels was, like, talking shit about them. And after a while, it died down, and I basically forgotten about them into the abyss. Never heard about them ever again. They're probably still scamming. Who knows? It's basically borrowing money and promising, like, I'm gonna pay you back, I'm gonna pay you back. But what he's basically doing is just gambling those money away. Kind of thinking, it's the. I think that's basically every mindset to most gambling addicts out there. They borrow and borrow and borrow money because they believe that they're gonna win. Win big enough to pay them. But, you know, that win is never gonna happen. Most of the time. Have you seen Charlie making fun of that TikToker that made the worst apology? Is that the one who's who made the interpretative dance? She basically allegedly, despite it's so fucking obvious, she assaulted someone. She SA'd someone, kissed the dude without his consent on camera. Caught in fucking 4K. And you know, that whole fiasco basically gotten widespread throughout the whole internet. And then I think she went silent for a while, and then she came back with that fucking apology. It's not even an apology. She just fucking danced. She fucking TikTok danced while being in a bikini or something. Using a Sam Smith music. It's just terrible and honestly comedic. And honestly, I watch way too many videos about making fun of that fucking apology video. It's not even an apology. Like, deadass, she did not say sorry. Even in the song is like the worst out of context that you can probably choose. I think almost every YouTuber reacted to it and talked shit about it. That honestly deserved. And that was a while ago. That's that one was kind of like a few months ago. I don't even know who these fucking TikTokers are. I don't use TikTok, and I think it's better that way. Cause, man, I really don't need that much social media accounts. I already have Twitter, I already have Instagram, and having those two is already kind of sort of overwhelming already for me. And I spend most of my time on YouTube. I think adding another is not a healthy thing for me. And the fact that and I think it would also just ruin my attention span, honestly. Him doing the I just love to create dance is one of his best moments, along with him someone hitting himself in the balls in the baby first. Oh man. Because at this point, YouTubers, social media influencers, apology videos is basically a genre now. Because of how many there is. And 9 times out of 10, most of them are quite shitty. Especially the makeup community, beauty gurus and all that. Man, that was like a hot topic back then. I don't even use makeup, for fuck's sake. I'm not into makeup, I still find them fucking expensive. And the fact that we have to go around outside wearing a mask is kind of useless. I mean, back then there weren't any masks, and there wasn't an epidemic, so. But the drama in tea, that's the only basically thing why I'm still watching it. But after a while, I got sick of it. I'm like, oh boy, what the heck isn't this YouTuber done now? I'm gonna share those clips on Discord. I think there's also I don't really watch Charlie all that much, unfortunately. I think the only time I completely get to watch his gameplays are like his God of War gameplays and his Cuphead gameplay. That apparently he's very quick at. I mean, the DLC of the he only played the Cuphead DLC, and it was a video only about Cuphead DLC, so that's why it must be short. I should really buy Cuphead though. I really love those type of games, like Metal Slug, anything arcade, honestly. Like running and gunning. That's it. Oh yeah, speaking of gaming, GTA 6 has been leaked. It's all over YouTube actually. Everyone's talking about it. Yet deadass have not seen the clip of what has been leaked. I'm even surprised that they're making a game. They're making a game still. But hey, at least it's not another remaster of like GTA 5. How many years they tried to ride that horse? And I don't think I ever completed a GTA game. My attention span just cannot take this. And GTA is never like... It's never a game that you can play on a mid-tier PC. My computer would probably explode trying to download GTA. I think they just obliterates your own storage. Oh yeah, speaking of Cuphead, did you see that game journalist failed to get passage to real? I even watched a video of it. The game journalist basically versus a fucking child. I think there's a video running around. And that's like the funniest shit ever. And it's the journalist who apparently does not... I think he also reviewed Mass Effect. If my memory is correct. And he's basically a shitty reviewer. That ass. He doesn't even know fucking... the very fucking mechanics of what he was just writing about. And I don't think there are people that takes gaming journalists quite seriously. And at this point, here's the thing. I completely ignore any type of media. Any sort of news source, any news source, whatever brand it is, whatever company it is, I do not read that shit. Because they always just try to get you by using their headline. They're gonna provoke you, they're gonna trigger you, they're gonna make the stupidest headline ever just for you to click at. And most of the time, when I read the article, it's just a bunch of nothing. And honestly, it's just the headline that is much more. But yeah, the headline is always kind of like being made as the attention grabber, but you're supposed to be a news media, like a news source. What's the point of trying to garner attention? Just give them what they want. And I never read. I still find reading kind of not really a lively activity for me. But I think that's mainly because I did not grow up. I didn't grow up loving reading that much. Because I wasn't given an opportunity. And books are just expensive here, period. He is also the same game journalist as sucks at Doom Eternal. Oh yeah. He doesn't know how to jump to a fucking platform or something. And at this point, why bother? Why bother hearing his opinion? And at this point, it's a miracle that he has a job. That's why it's people would rather see like the gameplays or what other gamers would think about the game instead of a fucking journalist. At this point, they have zero credibility. And only like exist to trigger some people. Let's turn this off for a bit. Should do this much more quicker, but I'm like, I am somewhat sleepy for some reason. This must be sleepy hours for me, maybe that's why. I'm weirdly sleepy. It's not tired, because there's a difference between like being sleepy and being tired. Right now I'm just sleepy instead of tired. And I think it's because of how hot it is. And it's the afternoon, so let me just completely fill this out. Don't really typically add shadows for glasses, but let's just add it in. Because why not? Well, at least I'm keeping in track of my layers. So last time. I'm gonna change the shade. There's really no reason for me to select this. Could just fill it up, but I want to use my lasso fill tool. Because it's much more faster. Also want to add some shine to it later. Racing. My glasses aren't exactly white. Just make it transparent. You in college right now, or I'm a dropout? Hold up. Dropped out of school out of spite. Our university was just bad, honestly. Also, it was kind of like in the wrong time, you know what I mean? Wrong place and wrong time. I stepped into a course that I'm not even that 100% invested upon, and the only reason why I only picked it is because people are raving about it, because it's like one of the highest paid and in demand courses or work, which is basically in the tech field or programming or whatever. No, not medical. Medical is fucking expensive. And I was too poor back then. I cannot afford any type of any other university, honestly, except for a public local university we have. And it was just terrible. It was like my first time going into a public school also. And here I thought that college is gonna be better because my experience on being in a private Catholic school, is never the best. But apparently it gets worse in public colleges. This is probably more about a location problem. In other location, for example, in our if it's in the city, for example in Metro Manila, most universities there are really great. But here, locally, no, it's not. It's like one of the worst. And low-key I kind of got scammed. Because I asked for like teachers back then, like, hey, is this school good? And apparently one of my teachers went to that school, which I don't exactly admire her or anything. In fact, I kind of her political stand is never the good. It's never one of the good ones. But I did admire her like professionalism, I guess, or somewhat being at least good at her fucking job, because one of our research teachers was like one of the fucking worst. She got pregnant and she attends 1 or 2 times in her class hours that time, and after that she just fucking dipped and left us. And we're like, great, now we're out in the open, we don't have a research advisor, we basically don't know what the fuck to do. Great. And basically grade 12, the last year of my senior high school, was just not that great. And now stepping into college, it gets worse. It's not even I hated my course. Most of my major subjects, actually aligned. Subjects that is actually aligned with my fucking course. I took IT, by the way. IT, what do you call it? Infotech. Most of the professors are chill, especially major ones. They're just chill. They give you the lectures. They teach you what the fuck is read on the PowerPoint, and they ask questions that is basically based out of that PowerPoint. Their teaching is not great. Like, dead ass, they just give you the lectures and read the fucking PowerPoint. Nothing special. But at the same time, they're not demanding to the point that they're grueling or whatever. For the most part, they're just chill. Where I did get mad, and at that point tainted my vision for the reputation of that school. Like, I get it, it's pandemic time, it's peak pandemic time. You're basically not equipped to online school. But my god, they did not give a fucking damn about the quality at that time. And don't get me started to how many of them are not familiar on using fucking technology. And at that point, you're just gonna... You're just gonna lose your fucking mind. Oh, it was in the wrong layer, of course. Supposed to be separate. Tell him about your math teacher. Yeah, our math teacher was out of all the math teacher that you can hire, they picked the worst one. And apparently the school has like a long running relationship for him. Like he's been an employee for decades. I don't fucking give a shit. You graduated master's degree on psychology. What the fuck do you know about math? Why? Why are you here? At this point, okay, this university is a fucking joke. No wonder it's a public school. I mean, I didn't pay all too that much about on that university, but at the same time, I really have no choice. We're really on a tight budget back then. We could barely afford this stuff, and I could barely afford like a decent university because decent universities can really go fucking expensive. It's like 200K per semester. How many dollars is that? That is like almost $4,000. $4,000 per semester. And here's the thing, $1,000 is already enough for us to get through the month. And there's like a lot of people here. Like I have an aunt and 2 siblings. My mom and other fucking people that is like leeching out of us. And just spending 4,000 grand for 1 semester. It's not even a year. It's 1 semester for a decent school. Yeah, I cannot. I mean, I can try to work hard, be smart and all that shit to get scholarships and all, but trying to get scholarships is fucking miserable. They treat you like fucking dirt. Like, at this point, I just feel like a fucking animal begging for food. It's humiliating. The process is fucking humiliating. Like, you have to come up with the most sobbest fucking story ever. It's just a fiasco of pity parties in order to get a scholarship. And here's the thing, I was also struggling with mental health back then too. Like, my mood swings and all that shit, my anger issues and all that, was 10 times much more worse back then, especially in high school. Holy fuck. I would literally have a mental breakdown at school. And throw that anger out to other people. It was very toxic, for sure. But at the same time, come on, I wasn't even like, I wasn't really in a very, very good place back then. Can relate. Canada's been good to me, at least colleges are. Oh yeah. A lot here actually much prefer to go to Canada because of how good their colleges are. And actually, it's the common conception here. If you want a good school, go overseas. It's much more better to go overseas. I get that it looks good and gives credibility if you go to school, but honestly, if anyone just continues to try and learn stuff every day, then I feel like dropping out isn't a bad idea. Yeah. But the thing is, that sort of thing isn't true. Here in Asia, especially. If you don't have a college degree, you're basically a disappointment. It isn't a bad idea, but if you're able to do college, sure. Yeah. It's much more better still to at least get a degree at something. Even my mom is still like pondering whether when I should go back to school. Wait, where in Asia are you? Southeast Asia, in Philippines. And it doesn't matter how many experience you have, or how many years of experience you have. If you don't have a college degree, people don't give a fucking shit about you. But that's basically applicable to almost everything, right? If you don't have a name for yourself, people are not gonna give a shit about you. And that's just how it goes, unfortunately. It wasn't even because I was a bad student or whatever. Like, for fuck's sake, I sweated hard around high school, like getting honors and stuff, work. But in college, I was like, okay, I don't really care about that much about school anymore, and I picked a course that I wasn't even into that much. I do want to learn programming and all that stuff, but it turns out I'm really not that passionate about it. Like, I'm just fucking indifferent about it. Like, oh, okay, this works. Oh, okay, we can do it. But for the most part, imagining it as a fucking job. Yeah, maybe this is the wrong pick. The most logical course I should have taken is arts, right? Like fine arts, whatever, multimedia arts, animation, whatever. Anything regarding creative field, the creative field. That's the most logical route to go into. Because I have the fucking skills for it. But at the same time, I don't need it. Because I already have the skills for it. Gotta bounce, keep your art streams, and love your art. Thanks for coming, man. Wait, did you say sweaty or study in high school? Sweaty study. Kind of grinding. And I grinded around high school. I was planning to take it easy around college. Because after all that fiasco on like high school, and the reason I only tried to go for honors and all that stuff back in high school is for my parents to like buy me shit. But around grade 12, I'm like, well, my dad is basically pseudo unemployed and we're tight on money. They can't really give me shit anymore. So, logical thing for me was like, I'm not gonna study all too much. Basically, I'm not gonna grind for college. I'm gonna get passing grades, but I'm not gonna grind, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna put my 100% attention to it. I'm not gonna put 100% fucking brain cells to it. And try, I drew on the side and do that. I didn't even attend Zoom calls because it was just fucking ridiculous. I don't know how much art schools actually teach a student, but I feel like it would be bad. It wouldn't be bad for like forming connections and stuff. I mean, that's applicable to any sort of any sort of courses you have. It doesn't matter. Because either way, forming connections is still mostly the purpose of like school and stuff. It's for you to get out there and socialize. It's pretty applicable to any course, but where that basically is more beneficial is through creative fields. Forming connection is a huge thing in the creative field. Is it a bad thing? Is it a good thing? I don't think it's a bad thing. Yeah, it kind of sucks if you're like an introvert or something, or just really shy. Yeah, you're probably gonna have a some sort of disadvantage, and it kind of sucks. But for the most part, it's ultimately beneficial. College and art school is only best for networking and connection. I think that also applies on like business fields. Because here's the I think connections are like I think the only place that doesn't apply is probably the medical field. You really need to go to college for that one in order to be certified and licensed and all that shebang. And having connections is kind of like a bonus there. It's not required necessarily. I think forming connection is much more a huge deal when it comes to the creative field. It doesn't even have to be or necessarily exclusive to being art. It usually occurs on like not really high demand or famous courses that you can take. But regardless of what course you take, forming connections would always be beneficial for you. And forming connections. And honestly, at this point, I'm like kind of regretting not choosing a business, not choosing a business course instead. I feel like I would have at least tried to stick to school if I have that course. I'm gonna head out. I'll try to catch a stream again. Thanks for coming, man. I should really stream much more earlier because right now it's like 1 p.m. and all that. And I should at least try to stream around. I guess 9? 9 or 10 at least. But it's not. The problem is because it's just a short hour though. Because once the clock hits around like 12 o'clock, 12 noon, It's already lunchtime. Hold up, let me just put some highlights here and there before I render in the face and other stuff. Okay, let's actually render the face. This is taking way too long. Can really zoom out. We need another one for like some parts, like t-shirt or something, for me to like add some gradients here. You've seen the clip of Charlie on Discord? Not yet. Haven't. I don't really leave my Discord on the open because once again, my computer is not the best.
This is like if the feds came up to me and they're like, "Hey Charlie, we caught you on camera burning down this Toys R Us. We know you're an arsonist, we have it right here." And my response is, I just love to create. I love to
Oh yeah, I
inspire
watched
and
this
show
before.
unedited photos of myself.
This is basically just
If I can just inspire one person, then I'll have done what I set out on this earth to do. Hit him with the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse dance. Like, oh god, guess we got the wrong guy. He's not guilty, he just popped in.
The good old TikTok mentality. Oh, were you talking about the toy? I think I saw this before. Basically, it's like a toy about shitting. I think it has a full-blown toilet and all that.
So, I didn't have a
I
pair of
think I
scissors,
also
which
watched
is
this
why
before.
is, like, so
Back then.
primitive here and like caveman-ish, like a Neanderthal ripping it out. I can't trim the shit on the back. Ah. Oh!
Oof. I think getting hit on the balls is like the female equivalent to that is like getting smacked on the teeth, on the teeth. I think that's our equivalent to it. And of course, it sucks all the time. Oh, let's do pants. Not liking the shines. Also, I would be like a terrible react channel. Because I could barely react to things. Maybe except for horror, maybe I'll get scared or something. But for the most part, I'm just like a resting bitch face for the most of the time. Yeah, maybe I can get startled here and there, but for the most part, I just, yeah, no reaction. As my default. And I think react channels are like huge everywhere. Especially on Twitch, I think. A clip is good for your reaction. That's true though. But for the most part, my reactions are just fucking tame. If something bad happens, I'm just like, oh, that sucks, man. And if there's something exciting happening, I'll just say like, oh, that's cool, nice. And that's basically it. I don't really overreact that much. Maybe when getting angry. But for the most part, nah. Nothing out of like the obnoxious manner so far. Okay, this one is almost done. Let me just... scatter some highlights here and there. Oh, actually, I haven't finished the blood yet. Oof. There's another layer. There we go. Let me just do the shadows first. What the fuck? Blur that out. Okay, almost done. Oh yeah, when is your commissions open again? Probably next month. I'm gonna take a days off on next week. I guess I want to get back into animating again. So holding off the commissions for a bit. I don't want to keep this as black for some reason. I think this one is done. Let me export this. And the next one will be a sketch, but let's take a short break for a bit. Also gonna take a bathroom break. Hold up. BRB? Hello, I'm back. What type of music do you usually listen to? It's hard to categorize it. I do listen some K-pop or K-indie. K-indie or R&B. It's basically just R&B and like indie but in Korean. I also listen to the mainstream stuff. Some Jack Stobers. But recently, I got into like listening to Gorilla's new release. I think their new music is about like cults and stuff. Got into some Saint Motel. Some J. Cole. I know this is some J. Cole and Kanye West. I also listen to rap music and shit. But I'm not super into it. You know what I'm saying? It's basically random ass fucking genres from random artists. And I usually just like one or two songs. Like for example, The Weeknd. His last album was like what? Can't remember what his album name was. But basically it has a lot of fucking tracks, right? He has a lot of music in one album. I tend to only like one or two. I think I only liked one in his album back then. I think Blinding Lights was the only one I liked. But yeah, my music taste is basically fucking parkouring. I also listen to Japanese music too. That's also nice. It's basically fucking random. Like, here's an example. Here's an example from like my playlist or some shit. Fucking Sexy Bitch from David Guetta, and the next one is literally from a music from Joji. Glimpse of Us. That's how fucking erratic my fucking music taste is. Oh yeah, there's also like I listened to New Gold, Gorillaz, and Cracker Island from Gorillaz also. But it was also the same time I was like getting into Aurora. And Aurora is like, and listening to Gorillaz both at the same time simultaneously is like a fucking, one is basically man, how do you even describe Gorillaz music? You're basically fucking high on doses with Gorillaz, but at the same time, if you listen to Aurora, you're kind of like ascending. So it's like a fucking acid trip, along with like the feeling of ascending. And recently, man, how do you even? Oh yeah, I also listened or discovered Cigarettes After Sex. And man, CAS fans don't fucking kill me, but most of their songs, most of their tracks feel and sound like the same to me. One of my favorites is Apocalypse by Cigarettes After Sex. And I tried listening to other other tracks, other music, other songs of them by them. And it kind of sounds like the same. It's probably not, like it's a different BPM or whatever. But all of them feels like the same. It's the same vibe, same feel to it too. But what else? It's that fucking erratic though. I think I also had like a Blackpink phase. I'm not really even into Blackpink, but not gonna lie, their music are really catchy. I also listen to some niche stuff also. Like that stuff that you've probably discovered on YouTube, but never know them, never heard of them. And at this point, it was more like the music found you instead of finding or discovering their music. I usually listen to random music, but for some reason I could never get into rap music. I don't blame you, I don't get it either back then, but recently I only got into it recently. I'm not even super into it. I only like it because it sounds nice. Or the beat is usually sick and catchy. Hey Joji. I don't listen that much on Joji though, because it's too depressing. Gorillaz is an acid trip. Period. That's for sure. And listening to Gorillaz and Aurora back to back is like one hell of a feeling. One hell of an experience. And there's also Jack Sobers. How the fuck do I describe his music even? Anyways, let's get back to drawing. I only need to do sketch here. But in case I finish much earlier or still have some sort of energy left in me, maybe I can do some cleanup, who knows? Man, this is why I should draw around mornings, because I feel like I don't have that much energy, but at least I'm somewhat refreshing enough to have it. And I think oh no, I should look up the for just recently I listened to Guilty, only mainly because one of their songs, aka Tom. Never heard of them before. Oh, J Idol. They're basically a K-pop group, right? I think I listened to this once, but cannot remember it anymore. Man, I used to be super into K-pop back then. Not super into actually. I'm just into it. And then after a while, I just dipped. I used to be into like Mamamoo. What else? EXID. There's also Dean and this other artist, but they're more into KR&B instead of K-pop. Man, I hate it when people say for example, I'm listening to like a K indie song or an indie song from Korea or whatever. It's Korean or whatever. I see comments like, "Oh, I'm not into K-pop, but I like this song." Bro, this isn't K-pop. Of course it's not K-pop. Because it's not even that fucking genre. Man, I was also super into like the OG K-pop stars like 21, Big Bang. I think I mostly listen to girl groups, but now I also listen to boy groups. But recently, I have not listened to that much K-pop anymore. Yeah, I don't listen to it anymore. Anyways, where were we? Let me read the reference. Maybe I should do the pose first before the design, because reading the design is takes up a lot more time, or takes up more time compared to the proportions might not be right, but I remember in high school that all girls was into a boy band from K-pop that was before BTS. I forgot who they were. There's a lot, so I really cannot tell. There's like Shiny, Big Bang. I couldn't remember the other ones because I don't really follow them all too much. EXO, that's another big one. Do I listen to their music? No. I'm not really super into K-pop. Like, I'm not that sort of fangirl, I guess. Where I get to, you know, buy their light stick, buy their merch. Basically serve them as like some sort of fucking god. Nah. I haven't reached that point. I just listen to their music and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. But no shame to those who buys it, I guess. But at the same time, just not. Don't be so freaky about it because they be wild. Yeah, it's EXO. Yeah, it's kind of easy. Never mind. Because EXO, before BTS, it was EXO. Like, everyone was fucking fangirling about. I think I only like one song. But I don't like it all the time, if that makes sense. Where I listen to it and I'm like, oh yeah, this isn't so bad. And then if I listen more to it, I'm just like, no one, never mind. Basically, my opinion is never the same all the time. Oh yeah, my arms are actually super fucking weird. They're kind of bent. You know, there's see, this is got the deltoid, the shoulder, and then bicep here, and then it curves like this. It doesn't curve that way, nor straight. It curves this way, and I think it's much more bent than this. And it just ends up looking weird. It's accurate, but people are gonna say, "Oh, why is it bent like that way? Why is it bent that way?" I'm like, bro, this is actually pretty fucking realistic. Arms can be bent that way, apparently. And my arms are like that. BTS is getting too mainstream-ish for my taste. They are mainstream. They're way too fucking mainstream, bro. Especially Disney made a contract with them to perform something on Disney Plus. I mean, they are getting that money, so work. But before BTS, before those global breakout from them, it was Psy. It was Psy, the one who fucking annoyed the world. Like, you get to hear his music. Probably. Even no matter how hard you try to avoid it, you probably heard of Gangnam Style. hips is way too high. I'm gonna shrink this later. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Gotta give credit to him though. He fucking broke every fucking boundary. The fucking whole world got to listen to his music. But at this point, I think he's more of a producer now instead of a musician. I actually like some of his songs, unironically. Like, if you just think of K-pop, Psy is probably the perfect definition of that. Catchy song, fucking dance. Or catchy dance also. Catchy choreography. I remember getting annoyed with Gangnam Style in the middle school, especially when people keep performing in front of me because I was Korean. Oh man. Also, we don't speak of Minecraft Gangnam Style. I think I have no knowledge about that, and I think I should keep it that way. I probably run across from it once or twice, but just forgotten about it. Which honestly good. Anyways, let's shrink this down. If the canvas is too short, I'm gonna make it bigger. Right now, I keep on getting distracted. I'm so back and forth. I'm mistaken my phone, looked it up, and now I'm dying from cringe. Bro, you risk yourself. But yeah, don't listen that much to K-pop anymore, fortunately. I think K-pop always has been like a big thing here. Even back then. I think I should curve hands too much here. Only slightly. There we go. This one's going way too out. What do you think is the weirdest looking animal? Should go to National Geographic for that one. The easy answer to it is probably platypus, right? But to me, platypus isn't all that too weird for me. It's the deep sea creatures are the ones that are like creepy, and why? Why do they look like that? I don't know their names for it, but anything that's like deep sea creatures all look fucking weird. The blobfish, nah. Blob is still kinda. It just looks derpy to me. It doesn't look weird for me. The weird ones are just the deep sea ones. Because they just look like a fucking nightmare. But at the same time, they're so fucking weird. Like, for example, this, is this a shark? Basically, picture a shark. Picture a shark, but with human eyes. And then the mouth goes like this. It's kind of like it has gums or something. And at this point, it just looks like a badly drawn human. It's much more terrifying if you see pictures of it. Just look up like deep sea creatures. Usually the fishes here kind of looks like an angler fish or whatever. But for the most part, most of them are fucking weird looking. And it must be because it's I mean, anything can happen deep below there, honestly. It's like something out of Chainsaw Man. It looks much more, what do you call this, fleshy? If you look up some pictures of it. It's not, my first impression of it was like, it's not too terrifying as the other deep sea creatures. And for the most part, it just looks fucking weird for me. Because it kind of has features from a human person, but at the same time, it's not. And at this point, you're just weirded out by it. And can't understand it no matter what, no matter how hard you try. Found it. It's called the goblin shark, and the way it's freaks me out. They're just so fucking weird. Like, deep sea creatures are just fucking nightmarish, weird. It's kind of like the scrapyard of drafts, or drafts by Mother Nature. She kind of like beta test there. But yeah, all the shit there is freaky as fuck. And if you're like a horror artist or whatever, horror thriller artist, use deep sea creatures as your inspiration. Or deep sea creatures are like the best source for inspirations and shit. By the way, do you guys have like... Might use Goblin Shark for a monster fight, I mean. Exactly. Deep sea creatures are like a source of... I mean, in nature generally has a good source of inspiration. But anyways, got a question for you guys. Do you have any sort of like unhealthy coping mechanism? Because I have a list. And my number one unhealthy coping mechanism, and the most expensive one also, is me impulsively buying shit. I hate it. I mean, it's still somewhat controlled. Like, I can still control myself from not buying something and buying something I need or want or whatever. But for the most part, I tend to buy shit out of impulse. And I use it as a fucking coping mechanism. I hate it. But that is like top one of my coping mechanism. Other ones would probably... I'm actually not sure if this is unhealthy or not. I guess the way I do it is unhealthy. It's just basically venting out or whatever. Because the way I vent out is just I talk shit about someone and that's it. And it's just a nice... It's kind of like a sort of release of fucking emotions, basically. Because I do have that tendency to like keep every shit in. And it's kind of preachy or whatever, but anyway. It happens. I don't know what coping means. All I know is coping from the word copium. Whenever someone rules or someone near me. Coping is just basically using whatever, doing whatever to like alleviate yourself, or at least make you feel somewhat better. It's not completely gonna solve the problem, but it does make you feel somewhat better at the moment. These hands are not the fucking same. This one is way bigger. I'll change it. I'll change it. I cope by shutting myself in my room. That's also fun. Or draw. And maybe punch a wall. Oh yeah, I think that's also one of my toxic traits. Or toxic coping mechanism. I just fucking bang my table. Like literally hit it until I injure myself or something. Actually not completely injure me. I just have some sort of bruise or whatever. Or maybe hit a door. Never the wall. The wall is too thick. The wall is concrete. only hit the wooden stuff. But my most toxic one is still like impulsively buying shit. Whether I'm anxious or stressing out of like even for the most tiniest thing ever, tiniest issue ever, I would like, what should I buy in order to make myself distracted and anticipate something? You know what I mean? I probably don't even need the item all that much. I do want it, but I don't exactly need it all too much. And then I would just buy it. And it makes me feel better because I feel like I'm anticipating for something. If that makes sense. Like, I just like that whole vibe of like waiting for something to arrive. But it's a good thing it's not that out of control just yet. Because I do, I'm actually kind of aware that there are some people that really copes that way. And spend ridiculous amounts of money just for that feeling. And that's where it gets somewhat toxic and unhealthy to a degree. It's a good thing that most of my impulse buy is like it's kind of like within the budget only, like only $20. But to my mom, that's already kind of expensive. But I make sure I try not to spend too much. Be responsible, period. So let me just see. description. Looking at description. Forgot if he's holding a sword or something. Might changes, but actually let's copy that. And put this lower. Budget cut copium. When's your greatest fear? And kidnapped and assaulted, I guess. Especially as a kid. Since here's the thing, child abduction here is really prominent, kidnapping in general. Like if you just see a white band, be alert. Hold up. Still getting confused. I may not have time for the next one. White vans. The bane of all parents. Yeah, even kidnapping stories here. Kidnapping is quite prominent here. Like, I think I watched this video about basically, what do you call them? Let me just search. Cadaver. There we go. Basically, corpses used for scientific purposes, supposedly. Or just dead body in general. Cadavers can be... There's like a fucking market when it comes to cadavers, right? You know that, you know, stories from the dark web? Like, people selling your organs and shit once you get abducted or whatever. That type of shit is quite prominent here. Even cadavers and shit. Yeah, fear of the unknown. Hard to tell. Hard to tell as of now. I mean, yeah, I guess it's a general fear for like everyone. For when it comes to something. When it comes to something they don't understand. I don't think it's one of my... Arena Sphere. But I guess disappearance we don't know. It's just... It's more tragic, I guess. Like, I remember watching, you know, mysteries and shit like that. Especially I was super into, like, watching Lemino on YouTube. His videos are top tier, by the way. Highly recommend. Back then, he usually just do top 10 topics or from Five Nights at Freddy's or something. But his quality content, the content quality, what, man, talk about a glow up. Going from top 10 shit and whatever to like full on documentaries and really cool visuals and all that. I should actually use my reference. Actually, it doesn't need the goatee reps. But yeah, I think he made a video about like this was big on the news back then also. Flight 370, I think. Flight 370. I think it's a Malaysian There we go. Malaysia Airlines. The story just basically says the plane vamoosed, disappeared all of a sudden. And I think people still don't know what the fuck happened to it. And just known as to be one of the biggest mysteries ever. I love Lemino. I remember when he did top 10 videos and like I've been grabbing it falls. Yeah, he used to just do top 10 stuff when it comes to mystery stuff too. I think his Jack the Ripper is the best one. Best one for now. I also liked his Diatlov Pass. Basically hikers it's another mystery one that all of them fucking died. And he basically kinda pseudo solved it. He basically solved the case for that one. Because a lot of people do not understand what the fuck is how the campers basically died. Or the hikers basically died. Because they just hiked a mountain, and for some reason there's some radioactive substance, a scene that is kind of looking like a crime scene. It's just wild and kind of derailed or confused the police or detectives or whatever. But at the end he kind of solved it. And honestly, it's the most logical one. The campers mostly died from freezing from the cold. Because who wouldn't? They were so unequipped, I think. But flight 370 is still the one that is like still intrigues me, because with all of this tech, they basically use submarines or whatever sort of technology they can garner to find the plane, but still can't find it. It was just the news about it. It was also fucking huge. We always, even the whole family, my whole family was like contemplating what the fuck just happened there. It honestly sucks. It's like one of my biggest fear, like on what the heck just happened. And I guess it's just a common fear anyways. On like how and why did it happen, alright? But for the most part, we don't we never got the explanation for it. Have you seen Internet Historian? I have not. I've been trying to type for the longest. Behind the storms, so my internet is on like half a bar, not even full bar. Oof. Hope the streaming things are well. Thanks, man. Hope it gets better over there too. Because I totally get it. Yesterday I wasn't able to stream. Mainly because we didn't have internet that morning. And I was like, okay. I'm not gonna try to get pissed about it, because it will just be a waste of my time. And the internet was still kind of freaking out. So at that point I was like, okay, I'm not gonna stream. Because I'm worried it's gonna disconnect again and get cut off mid-stream. The Jack the Ripper story though was really good. I mean, terrible, but but how the production for it, the visuals and all that was really good. And honestly, the way or how many contenders there was, or so many possibilities of who the killer would be, was honestly just frustrating. It's literally one of those mysteries or cases where it just could be anybody, because nobody has like, and there's like scenarios, like actual fucking scenarios where the police could have gotten Jack the Ripper or whatever. I think there was one scenario where the police was literally patrolling but wasn't able to caught him in the act. Like, come on. Come on. How? Unlucky. Just so unlucky. Let's let me pull this down. Internet historian made great videos on the strange things like the reputed one, right? And what happened to Concordia's ship. I may have heard them. I just could not remember. Internet. Oh, I always saw it, but never watched this video. Yeah, I never watched. I do see him on my recommendations. I just haven't watched a video. But the most funny sad story he documented was the time when a crazy pastor named Harold Camping thought that the world was ending in May 2012. Man, around 2010, 2011, and 2012, people are fucking freaking out about the end of the world. Why? I mean, I guess now it makes sense, but back then it was so fucking crazy. The story ruined many of his followers since they spent their life savings on what they thought they were less patient of. Harold Camping is crazy though. He got the date of the world ending by using math. I mean, I guess he was just 10 years on 10 years short. Because man, if he's probably here around this time, like 2020, I think his theory would much more make sense. With all this fucking shit going on, it's not that hard to start like a false rumor of like the world is fucking ending. But compared to now and back then, people are much more, I guess, more laid back. People are just gonna be like, oh yeah, we know, we kind of know. And when he tries to predict the end of the world, since the Bible said that you can never know when the world will end. I mean, nobody really knows how. We can try to, I guess, measure the probability of it, but for the most part, we can't exactly pinpoint it now. No matter how hard you try, honestly. And people are, I guess people were just much more gullible back then. I mean, people are still gullible right now, but more gullible back then. Especially the internet was kind of like, kind of it's on its puberty stage. You know, it's kind of there, kind of setting in right now, but still kind of early. You know what I mean? And everything's moving past really fast. Back in 2012, it was all about the Mayan calendar prediction about how they said the world would end, and people were terrified. They were even making movies about it. Oh yeah, apocalyptic movies about the world fucking ending and flooding and all that shit. What's the hottest? It was wrecking, and it was everywhere around that time. Like, for fuck's sake, there's a movie called 2012. And people here were like, whoa, oh my god, what if it's real? Oh my god. Bro, it's CGI. And from what I know, from what I remember, the Mayan calendar was just basically ran out. Basically. That's the end of like the Mayan calendar, right? I don't think it necessarily pointed that it's the end of the world, but you know, people read it that way. Wasn't the first time trying to predict the end of the world. 2011, biggest attention and the most documented. The thing is, her calling was forced to dip, and I was never allowed to announce the end of the world again. It was a time that people would believe anything on Facebook. Type of energy. Honestly, people would fucking believe shit on Facebook and now on TikTok. Like, for fuck's sake, our president is literally the son of a dictator, and people still voted him. Mainly because he's famous on Facebook. He's famous on TikTok. TikTok and Facebook. The misinformation. Yeah, misinformation on Facebook is still fucking cancerous. Holy shit. And I cannot believe there are people streaming there. Like most, basically Filipino streamers or whatever, still would rather stream on Facebook. Why? Why? I just hate it. According to the researchers, they got it all wrong. Well, the real year is 2023. It's actually looking that way with what's going on, all this wars and shit. Honestly, yeah. If that guy announced that it would be around this year, it's not that far-fetched. People would actually be convinced by it. With all this shit happening. Dude was just ahead of his time. That's it. It was just 10 years short. But yeah, actually, around 2010 was like, it was kind of like the era of fucking cringe. and it fucking terrifies me. Especially the fashion. Fashion back then, oh my god. Most of it was atrocious. I guess some of it I can see kind of working in today's era. But for the most part, most of it was fucking atrocious. Holy fuck. Hey, you guys remember the interview movie? I forgot what that was. I mean, yeah, it's Kim Jong, yeah. But I couldn't remember what the fuck happened to the movie. Because I didn't watch it. I wasn't interested on it, and I was like, what? Teenager doesn't give a shit about it. This world is crazy. Sometimes I wake up and just think, this is life. Honestly, mood. It's such a mood. And I think I basically isolated myself from the news and all that because reading the news is just miserable. It's just bad news after bad news after bad ones. Over and over again. I mean, I'm no pessimistic, that's for sure. But at the same time, I don't want to be too cynical because it's just as annoying as being overtly optimistic. Like both extremes are just way too ridiculous for me. I mean, yeah, I can go like, haha, and then move on. Or like, oh man, that sucks, and then move on. Basically, the movie theaters was threatened by anonymous people that they would blow up the theaters that they showed the movie. Oh yeah, it's like one of the most bad movie ever. I'm not sure if the interview was ever found or seen. It was probably just a silly fucking movie. You know those type of movies where just, feel good, partying and all that stuff? I think it's one of those. Will I ever watch it? Probably not. Definitely not. That's for sure. going dark around here. I think it's gonna rain. It is a Seth Rogen reveal. Why is that guy everywhere now? Like, real talk. I have never seen this guy. Nor known about this guy until recently. And all I can conclude is that this guy is everywhere for some reason. And everyone hates him. I think he was a comedian or is a comedian. But for the most part, I'm just like, why is he everywhere? Like, why? Honestly, why? I mean, the way I feel about him, he's kind of like a sleeper version of James Corden. He gives me the same vibes, but he isn't as worse or obnoxious or fucking as annoying as James Corden. James is way too more. He's his own tier of annoying. I think he got famous from, or got really relevant after those carpool karaoke's. But when I watch it, I'm like, this doesn't even sound. He doesn't even sound good. I'm no singer and all that shit. But at the same time, I'm just like, why this guy? Like, there's so many singers out there. There's so many artists. There's so many other fucking people for that role. Santa Claus Incorporated said Sasha part was so terrible and annoying and ruined adult animation even more. Adult animation is basically dead. It's on a fucking life support at this point. I mean, yeah, they exist and some of them are good, but for the most part, it's on a fucking life support at this point. And I think people are getting really tired of watching another, oh boy, here's another comedy. There's another comedy show. I mean, I don't mind the comedy. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna understand it anyways, because most of it is revolving around pop culture or something like that. Pop culture reference, if I think that's the term for it. Because I am no American. Especially if the show uses heavy pop culture references. I'm just like, huh? I'm just like, what? Especially as a kid. I mean, I shouldn't be watching adult films or adult shows as a kid, but most of the time, that's where I get to discover it. And even right now, as a fucking adult, I'm just like, huh? And I have to like search about it or something. Their life support is Smiling Friends and Primal. You don't need another Family Guy and Simpsons clones. The regular show was a goated comedy show. They did well with being funny in the original. Probably one of the best ones, actually. It's more of a young adult, right? Regular show. But yeah, it kind of gets a pass as like an adult show. That just so happens to be censored for the kids. But yeah, it's still a fucking goated show. And Muscle Man is just one of my faves. Simpson was that regular show is supposedly a kid show, so it doesn't count. Not really kid show. It's more for teens or young adults or something. Somewhere in that around that age bracket. But yeah, it's still kinda is for kids, but you know, not fucking infants. Compared to what they're generating and making right now. It always had that adult vibe to it, which was strange. It's basically an adult show, but just censored to the ground, so kids can watch it. Like, holy shit, it has guns on it. I just fucking realized that. I just fucking realized that there's actually a lot of guns on on regular show. And a lot of drug references. And honestly, regular show is like just a top tier show, man. And at this point, it's honestly a classic show, regarded as a classic. I just love how insane it is. I mean, yeah, as a kid, when you watch it, you're just some jokes doesn't quite land on me. But now as an adult, I'm like, holy fuck. The jokes will land. You're just not old enough yet. Close Enough is basically a regular show for adults. And was good, but it got cancelled. I mean, HBO was fucking canceling everything. Love how they use fried chicken to replace alcohol. Yeah, it made use of a lot of drug shit. Also, I just love how the pacing of the show was. The pacing of the show is just fucking erratic. Like, one day you just want a sandwich and all that, and the next few minutes the world is fucking ending and your best friend is dead. It's such an absurd show, but it works. It strangely works. I guess it kind of fills out my missing part of me. Especially when Chowder ended. Kind of filled that gap. And Cartoon Network right now is kind of sad, right? Like, how many fucking cartoon shows is there left airing? Because all I know for sure it's Teen Titans Go and something else. Cartoon Network right now is just fucking sad. Honestly. Back then it was so hype. Now we get Teen Titans Go. time when Mordecai killed Rigby because it was a simp. Classic. Cartoon Network only has 3 shows. And what? They're re-airing other shit. I guess everything is in crisis right now. Shonen Jump couldn't get any more big hits. Cartoon Network only has like 3 fucking shows. Disney Channel is dead, right? They killed it for Disney Plus. What do we even call the clothing? Looks like a half trench coat. Oh, this is supposed to be tied up or wrapped or whatever. I kind of want to make the fur much more bigger. It's basically a fur coat. But I don't think that's the appropriate term for it. Because a fur coat, I think a fur coat is fully fur, right? Completely fur. Oh, I forgot he's wearing boots. All for nothing. Actually, I don't wanna draw the knot to it. Shonen Jump just got a new hit. It's called Blue Box, but it's a weird because it's a romance story. That's such Man, that is such a weird turn of events. But honestly, romance stuff, anything that is regarding the romance genre, is such a huge moneymaker. Oh, I just saw something. Oh, I might read this one. What I saw is basically Sakamoto Days. I think it's basically similar to House Husband. Way of the House Husband. Except he's an assassin. I might give this a read. It has been a while also since I've read some manga. Just got a break. Welcome, my dude. But yeah, what does it? Does anyone know what that clothing is called? A skirt? I had no idea either. Not a vest, I think. I don't think it's a vest. I can't stand romance apart from a few rare exception. How is that a moneymaker? Oh, you underestimate you underestimate that genre. I mean, I'm not super into romance either because oh god, Japanese romance is just obnoxiously weird. Like they throw in the fucking insert The Rock raising a fucking eyebrow for those sussy tropes like lolly, stepsis, little sister, some milfs here and there. The tropey kind of romance. But I also like the really good romance, the actually good ones, well written ones, and actually wholesome, and it's not filled with fucking tropes that is fucking annoying. But for the most part, romance is one of the most, or one of the genres that are like popular, I guess. Especially in webtoon, that shit is the fucking bane of it. If you want, you don't have to add the sword. I don't know if I requested it or not, but if it's easier, totally down. Just some crows and black feathers. Gotcha. No worries, I can still have the hand. And I'll probably just add the sword sheet or whatever. Gilgamesh and Ember Knight. I'm just not super into shonen and action anymore. I don't know why. I just don't know why. I just cannot get into it anymore. Been calling it a karma since apparently it's what called in Star Wars. I just call it a piece of cloth. That's it. I think I used to know the term for this, but I just forgot. That sucks. Gilgamesh is not shown. Nah, you're good. You don't have to add the sword in anything. That's okay. Oh, okay. And I actually don't read that much webtoon comic or whatever, actually. I don't read that much anymore. It's kinda sad. Oh shit. Why is it copied the whole thing? There we go. I'm gonna change the canvas. I mean, I do read some, but it's not as many anymore compared to back then. Back then I was much more. I read a lot more. But now barely. It's just barely now. I think I'm reading only one. And it's a manga that's like all around Twitter. And it's a romance one. Thinking of so feathers make the background. Man, all that is me. Like some sort of wallpaper thing. Gotcha. I watch the reviews of manga and anime. If I like the review, I read it eventually. I watch reviews and some discussions on it also, and basically some video essays about it. But yeah, I think I watch more videos about the manga instead of reading the actual fucking manga. Man, that's sad. The otaku phase inside me kind of died, I guess. Or it's just not as prevalent anymore. Like, I used to be super into this sort of stuff, and now I'm just like, nah. I guess I'm in sort of like, what do you call this? Some sort of transition, I guess. Like finding a new hobby, I guess. I mean, yeah, I still like some animes here and there, but currently I'm more picky now compared to back then. Because back then I probably just watch anything, and it doesn't even need to be good. But now things are kind of different. I'm more picky now, basically, and don't watch as much back then compared to back then. Kind of low-key sad. But I guess that's maybe I'm just do not want to overload myself with information, I guess, if that makes sense. Because I can easily get overwhelmed and shit. And I had more time back then. Maybe that's why. I usually watch reactions, but I like people's takes on the scene, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, same. One of my weird hobby is reading new shonen releases because I like to predict if it will fail or be a hit. I mainly because I read the first chapter of Tokyo Ghoul when it first came out, even though it's not shonen jump. Man, I only know about Tokyo Ghoul because of the anime and seeing how how much of a fucking wreck the anime was. Literally driven most of the fans, or kind of forced the fans to read the manga instead. Hold up, my mom is telling me to print some stuff for my sister. I'll do that later. Information overload is a thing. I have the same problem. There's a limit to how much content I can consume in a day. Yeah, I'm in like the same boat. Because I guess I'm just out of sight, out of mind, that sort of thing, I guess. And if it's like, if it's something, if it's an anime, for example, that everyone is watching, everyone is recommending, but I'm not really convinced enough, if that makes sense, or that into it, I would just drop it immediately. I think that's what happened to Spy X Family. Because I tried watching that, but then dropped it. I mean, yeah, I was into it for the first few episodes, but then I just kind of went like, I don't know, I'm not that interested, I guess. Or not as interested enough. I was intrigued, but it wasn't enough for me to keep my attention from it. and I sadly dropped it. And I'll probably just watch some spoilers instead of the whole fucking anime. Like, for fuck's sake, for example, Attack on Titan. Really information heavy, I guess, with all the plots and shit. And the themes and all that. I didn't watch the whole thing. And you know what I did? I just watched the spoilers. And probably went straight to the manga instead because of how slow the anime, I guess, or the anime was kind of like taking a while to the point that the hype kind of died. But thing is, I never did continue Tokyo Ghoul after the first 4 chapters, and I was surprised I got an anime 2 years later. Man, I think I stopped hearing about Tokyo Ghoul after what's the name? What's her name? Basically Kaneki just banged this girl. After that, I never heard anything from it anymore. Oh my god, I forgot Spy X Family is a thing despite being all over my timelines. Yeah, I just basically kind of forgotten about it that easily. Because it's one of those formulas. It's literally the genre that I enjoy. It's kind of like a rom-com or whatever. And much more lighthearted and all that type of anime. It's one of those type of animes that I like, basically. But for some reason, I just cannot keep up with it. I couldn't keep myself continue watching it for some reason. And at that point, I just dropped it. Almost forgot to change this. Wait, what? The main character do what? Kaneki yeah, Kaneki had sex, went downtown with I forgot her name. What was that fucking bitch? It's basically the edgy girl. You know, has one side of her face covered in her bangs and all that. It's not, I don't think it's Rize. Because I think Rize is fucking dead. Toka, there we go. Yeah, he went downtown with fucking Toka. I think they had sense to, they had sex with on like a fucking abandoned building or something. That's the only chapter I read. Or I remember reading, and after that I never heard about it ever since. After that chapter. And I think they just had a family. It's kind of like I just pretended they happily ending ever, something like that. Happily ever after, something like that. And I refuse to see the plot or whatever. Whatever is going on with this story, basically. I just like to think that and they lived happily ever after. That's it. And never revisited the fucking manga ever again. And Kaneki was just having way too many hair color changes. Like sometimes his hair is completely white, sometimes it's half black, half white, and black again. It just confuses me. And at this point, I'm just like, okay, I'm not gonna follow this, and I don't really care. I only saw season 1 and dropped it because I kind of like the conclusion. The Tokyo Ghoul. Because if you just watched season 1 of Tokyo Ghoul, you're good. Don't watch the season 2. People are just basically saying just do not watch season 2 or whatever it is. I mean, I'm already disinterested by that time. And I think, man, a lot of shit that is going on in season 1 is basically just does not make any sense, right? It just has way too many. Is it called plot holes? It's more like inconsistencies instead of plot holes. Like, are you really gonna say that fucking Rize just got first blooded because of pipes? like, damn girl, how much this fucking anime nerfed you? Yes, Tokyo Ghoul. He just goes crazy and that's it. He just became an edgelord. I'm reading the plot summary, and when it said the coffee girl got pregnant, oh my god, you're right. It is kind of like Twilight. Except the goals are, you know, eats people instead of drinking blood. Holy shit. That's so funny. Yeah, Tokyo Ghoul is basically Twilight. But much more edgier, I guess. That's so funny though. I need to add some effects. I guess I'm just some effects and feathers after this. Let me correct my knuckles. I think it's raining. Yeah, it kinda is. Alright, let me just go through this quickly. So after this, I'm gonna take a break and end the stream. Actually, end the stream and take a break. Was not able to finish on time. To do some cleanup. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow instead. And actually make a full-blown finish illustration. Every time I see a story that doesn't feature the protagonist getting laid, I became happy. I came for violent fights, not bang. That's true though. I guess that's also, I guess similar. I'm gonna bring up Naruto again. Like, I think we get, and I think also in Boku no Hero, I think this also applies to Boku no Hero. We're here for the action, right? We're here to see the characters' development and all that shit. We don't care about the romance. I mean, if you write it well, if it's executed well enough, I may let it pass, you know. Fine, you can put some romance here and there. But for the most part, come on, just try not to lose focus sometimes. And if you're aware that it's not working, especially in Naruto, if the romance is not working, just don't incorporate it. But I guess people would also complain like, oh my god, you added that in, but then abandoned it for some reason. Let's be real, most writers can pull off an intriguing romance. Props to those who can though. Yeah, it's kind of like, For sure, it's unnecessary. But if you do it well enough, integrate it well enough, it's kind of, people can let it pass. People can let it pass. Especially if it makes the story interesting, I guess. But for the most part, other people uh, cannot pull it off. Let's be honest. And just ends up like being a distraction. Or being a shitty fucking plot device or something. I think that's what happened to Thundercats. You probably, all of you all may not probably know this, but it's about, I think it was a recent reboot, probably not that recent, but it's at least a newer version of it. Was it the 2011 one? Oh yeah, it's the 2011 version. Thundercats. It has the most unnecessary, and it had to pick out the most annoying trope when it comes to romance. I guess it's just my biases, I guess. I hate love triangles. I hate that trope. I fucking condemn that trope. I just fucking hate it. But my god, they're really pushing this fucking love triangle. Like, bro, let me see the fucking fights. I don't fucking care about this chick who has like a personality of a fucking washboard. That's one thing I love about One Piece. Oda realizes it can't write romance. When the story does touch on romance, he intentionally makes it look cringe. See, some self-awareness there. I know Thundercats. I'm a true CN kid. Let's go. Man, I was raised by Cartoon Network. I mean, yeah, I go to Disney and all that stuff with their cartoons. I guess I would give credit to Disney at least. For their cartoon shows are actually pretty solid. Like, actually fucking consistent in terms of quality. In Cartoon Network, it's either canceled or miss. It's either you garner millions or nah. You're canceled. Nah, you're definitely talking about Thundercats Roar. Is that the title? Nah, it's just the 2011 one. Not the overtly cartoonish one. I'm talking about the pseudo anime version of it. I think I was also very fucking young when I watched it. But yeah, even other commentary channels was like, why? Just why with the fucking why with the romance? Why? Like, come on, let me see some cool action. Come on. And it sucks. I actually like the style of this. I mean, yeah, it's super simple for a fucking anime, but it's still cool. It's still cool to my 10-year-old eyes. Eyes of a fucking 10-year-old. But yeah, I do know about Thundercats, especially when it got cancelled along it's in Bionic Time. I don't speak of Thundercats wrong. I didn't even know if it aired. I didn't even watch it. Nor did I get to know where the fuck it's airing at. And it's just one of those shows, I guess, that I considered cool back then, I guess. It's one of those eras where I was super into like Generator Rex and all that. Man, I'm still mad Still fucking mad that shit got canceled. And other cool shit that premiered on Connor. Come on. Could have been great. Like, remember when Cartoon Network made a mecha? I'm not gonna call it anime, I guess. Megas XLR. Is that the title of the show? I actually cannot remember the name of the show. But man, that shit was the fucking coolest. I remember having a toy of it too. Like, look at this fucking design. It's so sick. I should make a fan art of it. Ah yes, hearing all those titles I loved as a kid hits me with nostalgia. It hits me like a brick. I call it robot with a car for a head. I still find the design so fucking cool. Like, sheesh. And still mad that did not. Why just they didn't continue with the show. I mean, I barely have memories of it, but the design really fucking stick to me because it's so cool. But no joke, I typed robot with a car. Look for the show's name. Hey, little Ronky, welcome. Welcome to the stream, bro. But yeah, we were talking about like shows and all. The good old era of Cartoon Network. And now Cartoon Network has only like 3 fucking shows. The development. Okay, let's tone this down and have another layer. I just spam it with fucking layers when making effects. Just spam layers upon layers upon layers. My pen is bugging out. Kinda annoying. I'm 30 hours deep in my current drawing and I haven't even finished inking. Oh my god. Is it a big one? Because if it's a big one, I guess that's fairly understandable. But 30 hours is too much to me. I could barely keep up 3 hours or 2. Oh yeah, have you heard of Aquaman and Atlantis? They're really trying to spread the Teen Titans Go style to everything like they did with their games. Yeah, I think they're still doing it. And honestly, not that surprising. It is an art trend, I guess. And I guess this is why I respect Disney more when it comes to their shows. I mean, they did cancel Owl House, which I'm still kind of salty about. But for the most part, the quality of Disney shows, I mean, Disney cartoon shows are actually pretty fucking lit. Actually consistent. But I still hate that they cancel all those shit. Like the really good ones too. It's just annoying. It could have been great. I'm gonna make this bigger. Hold up. I have to split them though. Yeah, it's a 36-inch. Holy shit. But yeah, it's gonna take hours. If you're like, for example, if you're making a big illustration, it contains backgrounds, it's gonna be rendered fucking hell. You're gonna take hours. I still think the Tangled show was unnecessary and meh. Actually, it was pretty decent. Some parts of it was really good, in my opinion. Like, some animation parts of it was really cool. Was it unnecessary? Kinda? But at the same time, it kinda makes sense. Because there is some sort of gap that apparently happened. If I remember correctly from the movie ending. There's some sort of gap that happened there. It's not top tier. That's for sure. But for the most part, still pretty solid compared to the fucking abomination that Cartoon Network is doing. Oh, it's going the opposite direction. I think this is also why I don't draw anything sort of big. Because I know it's gonna take fucking hours. I'll post a picture if that's okay. Are you in Discord, my dude? The Tango show was pretty good in first 2 seasons, though in my opinion, third one was a bit underwhelming. I think it did kind of fall off, but I just could not remember that much. I only remember the good parts because that's the only that's the only parts that I've watched and paid attention to. Anything else? Yeah, I ignored it completely. But in terms of like aesthetic, design, animation was so fucking good. It was pretty good. Tangled has a show? Oh yeah. Also, it's kind of typical for Disney to make shows out of their movies. It's not the first one, that's for sure. They made a Hercules one, if I remember correctly, and the Toy Story one, but that's too old and I cannot remember. Yo, holy shit. I think you're inking it right now? Nice. But yeah, this is this is really really big and contains a lot of details also. People are gonna say, oh, it's easy because the designs are simple. Like, nah, fam. Big ass artworks takes fucking hours. And at this point, people just underestimate the power of doodling. They didn't make a Toy Story show, they made the Bud Lightyear show, which is 1,000 times better than Lightyear movie. Yo, no wonder it took you 30 hours. Yeah, it's way too big and it has a lot of details. Has a lot of figures. Especially if you're really trying to be all perfect with the lines. That's where it gets terrible. Cleanup just makes me question my life choices. I'm just be like, why am I here? And this is why I mostly skip it. Every time I make something or make an artwork or make an animation, I'm just gonna fucking ignore it. Not gonna do inking. Hell no. You'll never take me alive. I mean, the only times I get to, I guess, clean up or do line art completely, properly, is when I do commissions like this. But when it comes to my personal artworks, that's where I go crazy. And just do not give a fuck about about line art. It's going to be quite a deal to call. And I'm going to keep it simple with black colors. No, thank God. If you're gonna render that, yeah, that's another that's another day. Another day of work. I was trying to look for I didn't tilt everything. It's a bit. Let's tilt that for a bit. To be fair, it made tons of mini drawings, so it didn't get that exhausting. Oh, that's nice. If you go one by one, it kind of gets a tad bit easier or somewhat manageable. But if you're doing the whole thing, like numerous figures all at the same time, bro, you're gonna have a hard time. It's much more better to do one at a time. I mean, for me, I guess, I mean, it does apply to me too. But sometimes I do get erratic and like switch between drawings sometimes. But that's quite rare. That's a method I don't usually do all the time. Anyways, this is almost done. Just need to need to add the shadows and all that. That's in the wrong settings. So take up, welcome. Hold up, I'm getting distracted. You're going to do chill section with chat after you finish the sketch? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm kind of back and forth. I draw one line and then chill, and then draw one line and then chill. This is mostly my process. This is why it kind of takes hours. I get distracted by something, and honestly, I think that's better. Instead of I mean, I can get like in focus sometimes if I'm in complete silence. But for the most part, I'm just like, I guess this is what usually happens when I stream. I just get distracted and then go back and draw one line, and then be distracted and draw another line. Back and forth, basically. I think Carol Bastian can at the moment. I will be fine. All the performances. Oh, that's so nice. Remember this type of stuff back then too. With all those what do you call it? Kind of like an Easter egg. Because I think I used to follow like an artist named Kirby Rosanes. If that's correct, that is. And he used to do doodles and stuff. I used to copy his style too back then. And it's crazy fucking details, honestly. It also kind of reminds me of Peter Draws, but Peter Draws is much more abstract. Kirby Rosanes is much more like, more into characters and figures. It is pretty chill already, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm kind of chilling right now because it's kind of like 4 o'clock. Here's the thing. If I'm illustrating something, I tend to make sure I'm finished around 3 o'clock. Because way past 3 o'clock, I'm kind of lazy already. Where do you usually get your references from? I don't typically use references, but since I'm doing a commission work, whatever they give me, honestly. And if I do want to like find some references or some inspiration at least, I would go to Pinterest and, you know, look up the shit that I want to see. But for the most part, I just it's more about looking for inspos instead of references. Because if I try to look for a reference, like an exact pose of something I want to do, it's gonna take me forever. And I would much rather do the pose or struggle at least instead of finding the right reference. I would much rather have like inspirations and stuff. Because Even as an artist, I still get uncomfortable somewhat of copying something. I mean, yeah, I do copy sometimes, but I don't share those stuff and keep it as private as much as possible. Like a nice spire, where's Waldo? Yeah, those ones. It's one of those fun art, basically. Fun to look at. And you're low-key participating on it, which is really nice. Pinterest is like a double-edged sword. There's so many pieces to get inspired around, but then I often get overwhelmed and don't know what to work on. That's true though. But at the same time, I just keep it limited. Because if I spend, for example, I get into Pinterest, I make sure I just find one thing, one or two, three, five things, or whatever, scroll for a few minutes, and make sure I exit immediately. Because it's obvious I'm gonna scroll for the rest of my life if I don't force myself to get out of there. Then I end up browsing Pinterest all day and doing zero art. Exactly. You just end up scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And endlessly pinning and trying to find something. To the point that you have nothing done at all. I think I should use a lasso tool for this. I'm not actually sure. Because I only also check Pinterest on my phone. Sometimes on my desktop, but for the most part on my phone. And I can set up some timers on applications. Like you can only use this app for an hour, for example. But I'm not really that too hard to discipline. Also because I'm just aware that I'm gonna endlessly scroll to Pinterest. So that's why I just can immediately back out from it. Yeah, I think that all I ever do there is just make boards and never use them. Yeah. Same here. I've been over 4,000 things on Pinterest and ended up doing only basically 91% of it. Wait a minute. Did you do the math correctly, my dude? I mean, there's only a few things that I try to look for Pinterest. I mean, sometimes I use it to find some certain things, but for the most part, here's what I usually pin. Some effects, that's one board, and the other board is everything I like looking at. It could be either design, some themes that I like, some clothing that I like, some poses that I like, all in one board. Basically all of my likes, or the stuff that I like looking at. And that's basically my two categories. I try not to do. I try not to add, I guess, or try not to find more than that, because I think it's. I'm not gonna use it, obviously. I guess I'm just really self-aware of what I'm getting into. And I never actually used Pinterest all that much, even back then. I only started using it a tad bit more recently, right now. But even now, I still don't use it all that much. Maybe when I'm experiencing, oh, I need some inspiration here and there, maybe I'll visit it. But for the most part, I don't use it all that much. Basically, only pin character designs I like, poses I like, and study and grow references from my comic. And to be honest, I get bored quickly and leave after max 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, I guess that's also my experience. I just try to find things I like, and if I'm not seeing that much anymore of what I'm seeing, then I'm gonna exit and never go back again. I only go back again if I'm like trying to remember an idea that I want to draw or whatever. I honestly can't design on a construction method either. I feel like I need to learn a different one every week. Honestly, just stick to one. That's it. That's all you have to do. And you don't even have to completely stick to it. You kind of, or the way I do it, I kind of enable myself to like improvise or add in the stuff that what do you call this, or my style of doing it. Like, here's an example. For example, the Loomis head method. There's actual steps to it, like draw a circle, now draw the surface for the head or whatever, and then this surface is somewhat flat, and then going here and here, and throwing all of these lines. And you can also throw lines, guidelines for like the ear and all that stuff. If I'm gonna do this, I'll just use a block of whatever, or somewhat remotely similar to that shape. Basically doing a shortcut and relying more on my gesture. I mean, yeah, I can add some guidelines here and there, but for the most part, I just do that. Just draw the head instead of doing the circle. I guess it's really up to you, really up to your preference and what you want to stick to. And what I mean by sticking to, stick to the method that you basically comfortable and find some sort of like, I guess whatever makes it helpful for you. Like, for example, you enjoy this certain method and at the same time you find it very helpful, then stick to it. All you gotta do is stick to it. I mean, yeah, I also learned like other methods here and there, but for the most part, I'm not too strict about it for myself, I guess. Especially after learning all the fucking guidelines of the fucking phase. I'm just like, oh, okay. I don't want to draw guidelines anymore. So I kind of practice for it. Trying out that certain method and trying to apply when I understand it. What are the mistakes that I've been doing and improve upon it. It's kind of hard if you're like self-taught, especially if you don't have like a certain skill or judgment to determine what is right and what is wrong, because I think that's the most important skill that you need to have for being self-taught. You kind of need to develop an eye for something, basically, and be your own teacher. Best thing to do is draw a bunch of sketches and apply different methods, you know. Then one that really suits you will emerge. Yeah, it basically kind of forms into one too. Okay, this it's a bit spread out. I want to try to like do blocks. I guess I was just relying too much on intuition. That's why I cannot put it into words. And I couldn't even elaborate the thought process of it properly. Because for the most part, I'm just relying primarily on my hand. I'm just relying on muscle memory overall. That's why it's kind of hard to elaborate on like the thought process of everything, of my process and all that. Well, I'm gonna call this done. Save it up. Oh, I haven't been saving for the last few hours. I do not recommend that. Please save your files regularly. And let me just export this. For now, we're gonna chill. See the results and make sure I got everything saved. There we go. I think I ran out of water. What is the most disappointing thing that you ever experienced? What terms are we talking about though? Because that could be a list. I mean, the easy answer for it, and the first thing that will come to my mind is probably school. Especially my college or university that I get into. By the way, that college, that public college, university, requires you to take an entrance examination. I don't know if I don't know if I told this story just yet about the entrance examination of that university. It was a fucking wreck. Here's the thing. Back then at college, I have a very shitty phone. A very shitty phone. It's like 5 years old. Literally going life support at then. And we are required to take an entrance exam. And since it was like peak COVID time, everything was on lockdown, everything is quarantined. Instead of going to a physical room, taking a physical examination, we have to take the exam online. And boy, that was a fucking fiasco. Here's the thing. I had to take the examination 5 times in that very day. Exam day was basically there. I took the exam, and then I've heard to some of my friends that, hey, your exam isn't actually gonna be processed because the system isn't counting it unless you do this. And I'm like, okay, we have to take the exam again. How fucking great. And for the second one, I'm like, at this point I can change my answer. Because the first take to the exam, I'm like, I might get some things wrong there. They're not too difficult, but at the same time, they're not too easy, I guess. I think the math part was hard, but obviously they didn't allow calculators. But of course, I use a calculator because fuck them. Because for fuck's sake, I have to take the exam 5 times. So maybe my old phone was bugging out. That was my conclusion. Maybe not, because I had 2 phones back then because both of them were shitty, and the other one was basically on life support. I used my other phone, which is a tad bit newer. I took the exam there, and it's still not processing that entry. It's still not processing. So I took another one. It's still not processing. So I go back to the old device to take another exam. And at that point, I already know the answers because in group chats, everyone is fucking sending their answers. People are gonna be like, oh, that's cheating. Not, fam. Nobody fucking cares at that point. The system sucks. Their website sucks. And it's not like they're gonna know. So yeah, they were sending the answers on like a group chat, in Messenger. And at that point, I know all of the fucking answers, so I just have to copy it in. And it's like my 5th try. And boy, oh boy, all I needed to do was to go back to my old device and do that. So that was a fucking ride. And after passing that examination, which honestly is not that surprising because for fuck's sake, all of the answers for the questions was literally on everyone's group chat because everyone was like, a lot of our batchmates are actually going to that school apparently, so a lot of them were sharing answers and stuff. But yeah, after going into that college and having that fiasco and other terrible experiences about it, incompetence and all that shit, I was like, man, at this point, I wished I didn't pass that examination. All for fucking nothing. Because one of my friends wasn't able to pass the examination. She failed at that entrance examination. So she enrolled to like a private school instead. And I think the experience there is much more better. And I think a lot of students from our university is transferring to that certain school on that certain private university. And at this point I'm like, yeah, I wish I haven't fast. A college disappointment. College is just a fucking wreck here. It might be a much more better experience if it was face to face, but online school and in the university is just not a good mix. I love how Kim's answer to the most disappointing thing you ever experienced is the same as mine. Speaking of major disappointment, there was a convention this weekend in South Cali that was a complete disaster. Oh yeah, I have never been into a convention. I hate it. I want to cry. Most of the conventions that occurs here is in a different fucking city. It's so far away from us. Why? And all I can do is cry. I went to my country. I mean, conventions here are probably a fucking disaster, but at least let me just experience a single fucking convention. For the love of God, let me be in like a social space or whatever. I went to my country's top university. My worst mistake of my life. I dropped out. Yeah, going to like a top university is probably, man, how do I describe it? It's like they're setting you up. It's basically kind of like a setup. You would think that it has the best teachers, you're gonna have the best experience, best facilities, and all that stuff, but it ended up not being the case. False advertising, basically a scam. And I think that's also what happened to us, because the university that I went to is kind of like at the top of our schools in our region, specifically one of the top ones that you can get into, but for the most part it was a fucking major disappointment. And at this point I'm like, man, this is why my parents think that private schools are much more better, because public is just a fucking disaster. The event was supposed to have I read that as teens instead. Tens of thousands of people, and less than 1,000 people showed up over the course of 3 days. The event organizers deleted their socials, shop, and completely abandoned the artists and vendors and the venue. Holy fuck, they basically scammed that shit. They took the money and dipped. But yeah, that's what it... I think that shit is also common here. I think there's supposed to be a convention. I'm not sure about the date, but I think it's somewhere soon, because a friend of mine told me about it. And man, I just want to get into a convention. Just experience one. It's probably gonna be the most disappointing thing ever, but at least I get to be in a convention. And buy and support local artists. Come on, just let me experience that shit. But nah, the place, Metro Manila, is just way too fucking far. It's just way too far from us. Manila is basically our capital city. And it's just too far, man. It's just too far. And don't even The traffic there is also fucking insane. Our top university had outdated tech. Oh my god. Man, our private schools, the computer labs are so shit. Like, there's tens and tens of malware over that shit. Like, you can just smell it. You can smell the malware. You can smell the virus of that. And some computers doesn't even turn on. You can have 10 computers in one row and only one can turn on. It was a worse. That sounded like what happened to the Ace family thing recently. My voice is cracking. They bought an entire stadium that is supposed to house thousands of people to watch. Some people box, and only 500 people came. Oof. Big oof. And I don't even know if conventions are like a huge thing here. But regardless, still want to experience it. Because come on. And I barely hear any sort of artist conventions here. And conventions was basically non-existent back at peak COVID times. I heard that the Cyberpunk anime is this year's arcade. Still too early for that, in my opinion. It's still September. But yeah, I heard people saying, people are raving about it, that it was legit good. Haven't started it yet. I'll probably watch it next week. But I'm not sure if I'll stick to it or not. My attention span is basically my #1 anime right now. And I just have no idea how to... Like, how do you know that there's a convention going on? Like, I just do not know how. And I'm not someone who has like have a ton of art friends. I wouldn't say it's on Arcane's level when it comes to storytelling, but it's solid. I'm actually going to a convention this weekend, and let's see. Nice. But what else is going to come out this year? Sub-She-Hulk. We never know. Usually good shit comes out as a surprise. Like, just look at Arcane. I mean, people are kind of wanting a League of Legends show back then, but overall, it's still kind of like a surprise. So we never know. And at this point, the only reaction we can get is to be surprised. I'm not remotely prepared though. Oof. Oh shit, how could I forget about Chainsaw Man? Easily forgotten about it. And I think there's a new trailer out. But once again, we never knew. Also, Bleach Tales of Water remake anime. Yeah. So yeah, it's still kind of early. We only get to conclude around December or January or somewhere like that. Unlike the Bleach anime, I heard that they spent a lot of time and effort on the animation. I mean, all Bleach anime. Especially when the new Bleach anime is going to fix and redo the Rush manga ending. Man, what is with the anime versions rushing the ending? That's so common. Loki's smelling smoke here. What the hell? I think our neighbor's burning something again. Oh geez, not smoke. Yeah, they're fucking insane. They're still burning trash or leaves or whatever. Or maybe they're cooking something. Oh yeah. Have I told this story before? A few days ago, like a few blocks away from us, a tricycle got stolen. A fucking tricycle. How do you steal something that big? How do you steal something that big on a fucking small ass town? And mind you, that street is somewhat crowded. What do you call it? Like a squatter area. So every house is kind of like, you know, way to stick together. And there's no parking there. So I think they told me the tricycle was only like on the street, on the side of the street or somewhere. And it got stolen. Burning trash is illegal. Why are they still doing it? People still do it there. If there's no what do you call it? If there's no official, they're still gonna do it. I'm alert now. Good chat with you. Thanks for coming, man. I was thinking of that baby tricycle, but then you said it was a huge. it's the motorcycle with the sidecar on it. So yeah, people steal fucking shit here. Anything. They steal anything here. Even roosters, they steal that shit. But how the fuck do you get away from stealing a tricycle? One, that has to be fucking loud. And I think there's some witnesses to it. And obviously the dudes were like masked and all they can see was their eyes. But come on! Did they steal the keys? Probably not. They probably jammed something or fucking hacked it or something. Because apparently it was multiple dudes that stole it. And I think here's the thing. Dogs are kind of like in a sense essentials here because they're basically your bodyguards. They're basically your alarm. They're your robber alarm or something. Your town sounds like a South Park or the Boondocks. It's kind of like a mix of those. Random stuff happens from every. Sorry. I'm telling you, man, it's kind of like GTA over here. Sometimes it's just boring and tame, and sometimes it's just peak GTA story. Terminator alarm. Basically, you gotta have at least like one dog or two in order to bark intruders or whatever. Oh, you're passing and walking by the street? Dogs fucking barking, chasing you. But apparently to that street, to that block, I think there weren't any dogs or any sort of people that were like hanging out. Because people that are like chilling until 3 a.m. here is quite common to our nearby our street. Like, what do you call them? Just dudes basically hanging out in groups. And apparently, basically, there's just nobody around there. And they saw the opportunity and stole the fucking tricycle. Our town is just fucking rampant. And erratic. Chicken fight, chicken robbery, weird NFT nation game, crazy uncles, psych major math teacher, bottles on fire, and now a tricycle robbery. Welcome to the Philippines, my dude. It's fucking insane here, honestly. Like, we take beauty pageants really, really fucking serious. But when it comes to political stuff, that shit is just a fucking joke. It's just, man, what a country. it's just fucking crazy. Next thing you would say is that you fought against a kangaroo for some reason. Nah, don't worry, kangaroos are not that common here. Only in Australia, I guess. And man, it's been forever since I've been to a zoo or visited a zoo park or whatever. Last time I got or went to a zoo park or whatever was when I was 9 years old or something. Or maybe 10. Wait, what? Kangaroos exist in the Philippines? I was just I mean, there's probably in zoos. Just not that common. I mean, we do have bats. We have bats in the fucking living room. Literally flying all over to the dining room. And then a bunch of rats. Oh shit. And then what else? Snakes. That's also kind of common here, apparently. Oh yeah, have you seen the legendary kangaroo punch? What's it about? But all I know about kangaroos is they are fucking swole as shit. Like, why do they look like they're natty as shit, bro? Why a man punched a kangaroo to save his dog? This looks so fucking funny. It looks like a boxing match. Started with some Australians chasing a kangaroo that has his dog in chokehold. Honestly, I would also throw some fucking hands if someone bothers my dog, so. It's kind of like that, Mandela whatever that shit is going on YouTube. Like, I'm inside your walls type of horror. Horror, what do you call it? Spiritual thingy. Dude, he's just approaching it and just fucking punching it. That's so fucking funny though. But yeah, kangaroos are fucking absolute units. They look natty. And then the man punched that kangaroo and the kangaroo looks shocked when it got punched. Like, it was thinking you were supposed to do that. It was the first time it got punched. That's so funny. 2016. Holy crap. Almost basically roughly 5 years already. Okay, I'm kind of getting hungry now. Probably end the stream here now. Our teacher knew about how that video made me laugh. That you probably can't go up it. I can punch you. That's so legit. That's so awesome. It's so cool. Man, I do miss the, the really cool teachers, the really chill ones, and the ones that actually knows how to fucking write a joke. You know what I mean? And actually funny. Because I do experience some teachers that just basically makes cringy ass fucking jokes and jokes that are basically offensive. and can get cancelled on like fucking Twitter easily. Oh yeah, are you okay talking on Discord streams? Yeah, I'm pretty much down. Y'all can turn on your mics, I think. I think I enabled it. But I'm not sure when I'll be able to stream again on Discord. Probably tomorrow. Probably. But gonna end that stream for now. And end it over there because I'm getting hungry and I ran out of water. Let me just exit this. And time for goodbyes. Thanks again, you guys, for joining me today. And hope to see you guys in the next one. Have a good day, great night, great evening, and all that. And thanks again. And see y'all next time. Bye bye.